Well, you know. And good morning. It is the 19th of January, 2024. If I could figure out which mouse to click, I'd be all set. Seems like we're streaming, so that's a good thing. It is quite an interesting overnight here. Big pop-up in the London session, pulling back now. Best to see this on Bookmap or where exactly. You can see it was, here's the open at 1700 yesterday evening. Flat across Asia. And right around 2 o'clock, which is pretty much London open, Kazoom, they decided that they would follow suit with yesterday's RTH. I'm starting to, I wouldn't want to say that this is something that you could rely on, but I am going to definitely look back, try to figure out a way to pull some stats on it and use that as an opportunity for trading when I'm, especially days that I'm going to be busy in the RTH session with a phone call or a meeting or something stupid. So anyway, it is Friday. Yay. I will now I'm not doing too good with button clicking here today. There we go. Wow. Apologize for that. So going to activate the multi-brackets here. I just have to change my screen so that's visible, because if I have it on the window or Bookmap, which is I find better because it gives a little more real estate, the pop-ups don't display. So here's the multi-bracket with the setups for the risk-neutral trade. It's a 2-lot package, however many multiples of those you want to trade. Merry Christmas. Basically, 12 tick stops for each. An idiosyncrasy of multi-bracket is you can't set in this setup table, you can't have both stops the same. The minute the trade is placed, you can immediately change those, so that's not a problem. And then the first target, which is the risk-neutral scale, is 12 points. So this second contract is then writing for free. And it's set at 24 ticks, and I meant ticks, not points here. It's set at 24 ticks, and you can change that target to whatever you want. So multi-bracket is now set. We'll activate the trading facility, confirm that it's multi-bracket set up and that brackets down here is not ticked or anything else is goofy. So I can now initiate trades with the keyboard as I do, and then manipulate stops and targets with a mouse. And there we have it. I have already set up the levels and the statistics associated with higher out of range, which is where we're going to open. Or apparently going to open. That'd have to be one hell of a move in 10 minutes to not be higher out of range. But it could happen, I guess. So we are now 22 past the hour. Gonna make sure that everything is set up now for the trading day, which is a couple things to take care of here on the on the RTH side. What I will do when at the bell is change these from the overnight session or the full session, Globex, whatever you want to call it. 17 starts at 1700 last night and ends at 1600 today. And then I will change that to the day session only, and then those stats will follow and be pushed to Bookmap. So these levels are pushed from the Cloud Notes levels here are pushed from Bookmap. These I enter manually. This is the microcomposite VPOC, etc. Naked points of volume points of control, and the statistics based on which are calculated from a study I have in IRT are entered manually. This is a very popular one to be taken out pretty much every day. And what this means is that 79.5% of the time, when we open higher out of range, the overnight volume point of control is taken out or hit by price. And this study is based on 2003 days. So it's a good statistically significant data set. And it, correctly set up to only have one variable, and that's the opening type. All right. So let's take a look now and get kind of set up for trading. Here we had this column is the full session volume point of control, or full session volume profile. I'm sorry. And this muted yellow is the volume POC for the full session. The SVP is the session volume point of control, and it updates at 8:30. It will start at 8:30. It hasn't changed since yesterday. This is the real time or the regular trading hours volume point of control. And this is the chart volume point of control. God damn. I am not talking right here. I better go back and have some more coffee. The session volume profile, the chart volume profile. So all this volume profile represents the data that's on the chart now. If I scroll out and there's less data, it becomes smaller. Scroll in, scroll all the way in, and it'll be the same as the full session eventually. Anyway, so that's that. Now, if I can get my lips moving here properly and my tongue working so that I'm saying what I'm thinking, we'll be all set. Going to open here in 5 minutes, and they seem to be testing down now. I've tested through the VWAP. And this is the level of the overnight mid. I don't draw that line. I leave the mid to update or restart drawing at the regular trading hours open. I can see where the overnight mid is here, so I don't need a red line going over here. I don't have any indicators on this charts, or either my IRT or my Bookmap, just POCs. VWAP, which is more or less an indicator technically, I guess, and the mid, which is just the middle. Highs, lows, all those things are statistics, which are just pushed to the Bookmap Cloud Notes column from IRT, but it's not an indicator. It's a overnight or electronic or ETH high is there. That's the high of the ETH session or the full session, which is there. That's it. So here we go. 4 minutes to the open. We've got the trading configuration set up for risk neutral. You can see that the overnight trade was considerably up. Now we're trading back down a little bit, but still quite above the previous session high, and certainly a long way above settlement, which is at 48.11.25, and we're up here at 48.25. So pretty much no question about where we're going to open. This is the micro composite profile. All it is simply draw a volume profile around price overlapping price. That's the concept, and that's what I do. This is the VPOC, MC VPOC, micro composite VPOC. In other words, volume profile for this profile over the micro composite. These green lines are high volume nodes, and they are pushed to my book map to another cloud nodes column, which is here. But that's it. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward, and here we're getting ready to go here now. There we go. What will they do? Probably, my suspicion as yesterday was responsive selling to take some profit. If you think about it and you were long in here, you got quite a bit of profit on 20 handles up there. Now you're kind of getting a little bit nervous down here, but probably some responsive selling would be the order of the day for the opening swing. And I'll be right back. So there we are at the open. We've got an opening swing up here to about the third 24 handle, and now looking at a swing low. Put the marker in for the, what's going on here? Migrating VPOC. This is a marker that I put in tracking the RTH VPOC. And that's real simple now, of course, but as the day progresses, these will scroll off the screen. So this is a quick look at where that stuff was. And maybe they're going to close that gap. Seems so. Change those charts that I mentioned. So there we go. Swing high, swing low. Where are we going to go? Pretty much closed the gap there. That didn't take long. Here's the previous RTH high. That is effectively the gap close. That's pretty much horseshoes and hand grenades, they're pretty much there already. Side below will migrate down here in a minute. I've got it set to update on about 30 seconds. It's pushed from IRT to bookmap, and then bookmap has a delay of about a minute. They poll about once a minute to update the cloud notes column, so I don't think much I can do about that. It's close enough for me. Close enough for me. So we've closed the gap effectively to the range. And now we're testing back up to the mid and VWAP for this current TH session. And here's the POC. Notice that both the full session POC, volume point of control, and the full session volume point of control are aligned here. So that probably means something. Well, there's a couple of tests there to the mid and the VWAP, and then looking lower. That's more than likely a structured trade. The problem for me, or the reason I'm just watching, here's the POC, very close. And there's a lot of all these people that have been shorting here are throwing their stops above that POC. That's a typical retail behavior. Now we had the full session via VPOC migrate down. Both of them did. So this is a sign of lower ground, typically. Epoch migration lower. And what's down here? We've taken out some stats already. Let's see if I can, damn it. I got to start trading first and doing stuff second. I busy putting in the migrating VPOC marker, and rather than hitting the trade. Stupid. Yeah. Now, was there any room there? That's the next question. That VPOC migration down, say about 1875, and the first obstacle was here at about 1700, and you got to scale out for that ahead of the first obstacle. So in reality, that was not a viable setup from my side. Granted, interesting to note and important to note that both of these liquidities lifted off. We have closed the gap now officially into the previous range. There's the previous RTH high. Yeah, we're down in there. Now both have migrated lower. What that means is another question. And I believe that I will stand by here and let this settle out a little bit rather than trying to be a scalp commander. So far, the context is down, so I'll be looking for shorts at this point, which pleases me to no end because I prefer my tendency is to short. Not sure what to think about this here. What do we got below here? Ah, there we go. We got the MCVPOC down here, the IB low. So we're setting ourselves up for the IB 30 stat lower. And we've got settle way down there. But look at the stats on that. In this opening type, only 44% chance of poking that previous close. Uh-huh. Yeah. RT or RMT, of course, rearview mirror trading. The epoch migration down was a good short, or perhaps the test and exhaustion short. But again, what's the target? 16 to 18, 18 half to 16 half. That's no range. That's nothing. That's one of the things that I have to continually review for myself with Bookmap is it's so easy to get scrolled in and not realize where you are. Like this is only 2 points from, you're there. So that's not particularly good. And this sort of looking like a breakout lower, but my stats for breakouts are absolutely horrible. I'm not going to delve in there. So we're just sticking under that in previous range here. Now, if they can get it down into previous value and make it stick, we could obviously trade across that. It's kind of questionable to me whether there's value from yesterday. It was pretty trendy looking, and in a trend day, there isn't considered value area because price is looking for value. I'm not sure what to think about that exactly. What I mean by that is, come on, here's our trade so far, and why are you not playing nice? And here's yesterday's trade. Well, that looks pretty much like a trend to me. If you want to be real specific, these blue lines are designating the value area, which is a mathematical function of where 70% of the volume traded. But I don't think this is really qualified as a value area. So that for me poses a problem with to do with gap rules and all that kind of thing. some point this morning, I've got a call from London, so I need to be sure I don't stand here and space that out. I think it's about 10. Not sure what this beauty here is. Empty. Well, that's going to be gone here in a minute. Yeah. Okay, so we've taken out a whole bunch of statistics. The mid. We haven't gotten our EPOC that I'm aware of yet. No, that's up here. That's 79% chance to the upside. Yeah. So that'll be interesting to see if they swing it that far. Well, 15 handles, not exactly far, I guess, but seeming so. Kind of touching around that MCVPOC and the high volume node there, which is obviously, if this is the VPOC, there's going to be, that is the highest volume node for that profile by definition. And I'm just standing here realizing that I didn't update the chapters on yesterday's trade stream. So that's things to do this weekend or this evening. Okay, we've closed the range gap. Settlement is down a little below that likelihood of the highest probability stat we have is the overnight volume point of control, which is right there. So that's the highest probability that price will touch that in this open configuration. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's just a statistic, probability wise. Of the 2003 days, this stat was hit 79% of the time. Not all there is to that. None of this stat stuff and levels are magic. It's just what they are. Simple. Over the sample data sets, or this, I forget the statistical phrase for all that different stuff, but how many times was that level where we opened higher out of range? How many times was that level hit? And it was 79% of the time. How many times was the overnight or the previous RTH session close hit? 44% of the time. How many times was the overnight low hit? 33% of the time. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that those two aren't going to get taken out in the blink of an eye. That's just a statistic based on the sample data set, which is in this case 2003 days. Where we, in 2003 days for the total data set, we opened higher out of range 25.9% of the time. And of that, 29% of the time, 79.3% of those days, we took out the volume point of control, the overnight volume point of control, 79.3% of the time, which is 411 times. The 25.9% of the total is 518. So out of 2,000 days, we opened higher out of range 518 days. All there is to it. It's certainly by no means magic. And we've had another VPOC migration down now. Right here. Something to be said about this VPOC migration story is the earlier in the session we are. Oh, I'm going to sneeze here. Excuse me. Sunlight. The earlier in the session we are, the easier or the more frequently VPOC will migrate. The current session VPOC, because there's so little volume traded. That's real simple, right? It is the point of the highest volume. So if more contracts traded down here for a while, it was 6,700, and then all of a sudden, boop, it came up here, and now there's 72, so 300 more contracts is all it took to change that VPOC location. And at the moment where VPOC is sitting right on top of the VWAP, and the mid is just above. And I'll be right back. Okay, so I would suggest then that we're going to do a little flopping around here. And are they going to go up and get that overnight VPOC? That would be likely. Typical retail behavior at both the mid and VWAP. If they approach VWAP or mid from below, they sell it. And conversely, from the top, they buy it. That's kind of the basic stuff that I suppose the telephone app and the Gen Z guys that are trading with not gotten into trading very far other than just the surface and think they're getting somewhere. The ironic thing to me is that they think they're trading for free. That seems so naive. the company's making all their money selling order flow to the market makers, Knight and Citadel, and those guys who are front running all these people's trades. Seems so obvious, but people really believe they're getting something for nothing. And the chicks for free. Maybe it's MTV, I guess. I don't know. Wow. Well, what was that bonk all about? Something happened there I don't know about. There's no lag on IRT. Looks like we're going to poke our way up through that. We are up at the Globex VWAP just there. This is the full session VWAP, and there's the push from IRT confirming that everybody's aligned. I don't know what I don't see any warnings from, I don't see any warnings on Bookmap or lags on IRT, but I keep getting this audible thing. Happened the other day too, and I was not able to figure out where the hell it's coming from. I don't know. I'm not IT guy enough, I guess. Top of the hour is a number. Well, that's irritating. So I am definitely going to sit on my little hands for this one. That's retail sales, existing home sales. I'm sorry. And this guy's got Michigan consumer sentiment showing up over here. My stuff is existing home sales, Michigan 1-year inflation, Michigan 5-year inflation, and Michigan consumer expectations and consumer sentiment, all at 0900 in 4 minutes. So it's numbers time. Interesting to see if this number gets that overnight stat. Right now, they have traded it across almost up to the doesn't look exactly right to me. What am I doing here? I've got 30, so I've got 7, 8 handles to the stat. Where's the overnight high? Way the hell up here at 41. So yeah, we're approaching the current session high right here. There we go. Almost to the stat. Almost to that stat. Now, will they bring it back to the scene of the crime and then head it north? Pretty close. And technically, we got the IB 30. So, that's pretty magical. I'd love to just get a fast trade into that stat and be able to breathe easy here. But pretty much impossible to control risk, manage risk going into numbers. Yeah. If you're, RMT, that's perfect. Oh, well, I was long here and I got long down here and, took it off up there. Yeah. Okay. But I would suggest figuring out the statistics of how often that happens if you do happen to trade numbers, and I don't. There's a reason why a lot of prop firms forbid that. 1 minute, you got to be flat 1 minute before, 1 minute after a significant or 3-star number. In this case, we had about a pile of pretty big stuff sitting there. Now they've come right back to the scene of the crime. And now we're at the scene of the crime. They didn't quite get up to that stat. And now we got a full session VPOC migration up. But coincidentally, notice it's right back to a previous. So it's essentially a price check. And that happens one heck of a lot of times. And for me, it's a little bit too jittery here. 3 minutes after the numbers. Would like to take a long on this and just go zoom up to the top. We're back here at the scene of the crime, pretty much, I believe. No, just a little above it. Tested below it, VPOC migration up. Keep bouncing back to there. The microstructure right here. Little guy right here. This consolidation is this right here. Tested down here to this POC. Migrated up. And maybe going to get some higher ground out of this thing. I don't know. There's a structured T-Lab trade, which is mid or VWAP and POC. I wasn't sure. Looks like it's going to try to get down there. But there's only 2 handles of range here. So that's, you'd have to have a scale off here. And my risk neutral scale is 3 points, not 2. So I stand aside. Never quite understood. Maybe I'm not using this tool right. I suppose if I were wound out more, I would say that this would have been a test of the mid. And so a trigger for a short to the POC. And it was basically 4 handles. So, technically that's right. I don't know. Now the full session VPOC has just migrated down to lay on top of the current session VPOC, suggesting that everybody is enjoying lower. Values being accepted lower, and price is probably going to head that way. They tested up, and now they're going to come down and push out the IB low for that second version of the IB 30 stat. We've had no VPOC migration on the regular trading session, but the full session has definitely done that. And no trades yet this morning. The number at 9 was pretty. I don't know if I could have seen this, figured out a trigger for this drop short here at the IB high just below. That's probably a viable, but anybody would be looking for that stat to be taken out, not by just missed. I realize the close counts and horseshoes and hand grenades, but not for a statistic. A statistic means if it says it's touched or hit, exceeded, that's what it's got to be. Close does not count in statistics. And what are we going to do? Liquidity came in here to put a bottom in it at developing value area low, previous RTH high, kind of in that area. So they're being pretty seriously rejected out of range. There's a little squiggle of a down move there. I don't think you could call that a, oops. I don't think you could call that a VPOC migration, but maybe. Somebody probably can. I'm apprehensive at this point for this IB 30 stat, the MCVPOC settlement with this big pile of liquidity laying in here, which may just be complete spoofing, of course. But they seem to be pretty fixated on keeping it out of range, key range. And now I have to start thinking about 10 o'clock here. No, we got another hour. Good. Be right back. And so what's up now? Well, they're quite intent on rejecting price out of previous range, it seems. Helps if the damn thing is updating again. I don't know what to think about this. I'm not going to put a trade on. Not a fan of diddling in the middle necessarily. So there's that. Basically, what's happening here is probably easier to explain on the Renko. We've tested into range once or twice, previous day's range, and been rejected out all these times. That's when we got this IB30. This was the number at 9. And again, down and rejected. We have essentially closed the range gap because we did get in there by a tick or two, but you'll notice that there's no excess on the bottom. That's suspicious, suggesting they want to that's an unfinished auction and wanting to trade lower. Yeah, so that's a pretty suspicious state of affairs there. And means absolutely nothing because the market is completely random and the probability of the next trade is exactly 50-50. So try to get the edge. The whole premise of a trading business is that it is a statistical business. You find a setup, you capture the data and calculate the statistics of an edge. If you have a positive edge on a specific setup in a specific context, you take all the instances of that setup and the edge will manifest itself to your bottom line of your account. It's the exact analogy, or the best analogy, I should say, I guess, is a gaming business and a casino. We are a successful trading business is a casino, is the model of a casino. They have a very precisely calculated percentage edge in every game. The rules are absolutely set in stone, and they just take as many instances of that trade as they can, and the edge manifests to their bottom line. And that's a successful business model. Just go look at any casino town and see who's got lots of money. And that's what we are. a successful trading business is not a video game or gambling anyway. It's a statistical business. And that's it. So, got some resting liquidity parked out here at 30. Kind of half tempted to take a long here. Wasn't very smart about not catching down here. I just have a problem with the diddle in the middle deal and taking a trade off the POC. But it's highly likely that we'll trade back up. We've been rejected out of that range several times, and trade seems to be going higher. There's no structured trade that I'm aware of that's mid-north, you know, especially in the condition where the VWAP is below and the POC. Now, if somehow or another, the POC was up here, yeah, that would be a structured trade. That's my RMT indicator. I'd say they're probably going to take it up for that stat now. But just frustrating that I am not. Well, I don't know. I don't have a structured trade that I have even remotely captured stats on that's mid-north, or mid away from the VPOC and VWAP, even though it's trying to see what might be the IB 30, the IB high stat. Any of those could be conceived as, as trades and targets. But what's the setup and what's the trigger? That's what I'm not seeing. And any entry now is a breakout and way too late. If you got in here at 26, there's 23. Your stop's ahead of the mid, and well above the swing low. So, the probability of that working out well is slim and none, I guess. So I am so pleased at myself for being somewhat disciplined here and not succumbing to the FOMO of the breakout. I've got a couple of journals. I use this. The purpose of this stream is my video, audio trade journal, right, and record of what I'm doing. But obviously, to do statistics and numbers, to vet trades, etc., I have to use something that captures the data and can be calculated on. I have because I've owned Jigsaw for a long time, I have a Journalytics deal, which is automatically captures the rhythmic trades, assuming you can log it on or connect it with the add-on. I can't because I have to shut off either Bookmap or IRT after 1600 and then update the trades because the rhythmic connection that I'm working with, the broker, I can only have 2 add-ons, not 3. Kind of irritating. But anyway, and then I have a local Excel journal, which I use to calculate all the statistics of, how many, what's my winning expectancy, or what is my expectancy for all instances of an IB30 trade in with context, rotational, and open type of higher out of range, for example. And then I can drill down even further to how many T1s or T1 targets were hit, how many T2s, and how many times did it stop, et cetera. So that's what I'm trying to do, but I'm having a hell of a time with the math on the div 0 and count if on some product in Excel. I'm not an Excel power user by any stretch of the imagination. So we tested back down at some damn place here. What? Is there any space there? Not really. There's no VPOC or, price level where it was determined to be too high or too low. We've just dropped down below the VWAP and not gone on down to the mid, which is a structured trade basically for TLAB guys. TLAB, by the way, is a highly recommend it. It's a Bookmap Discord trader room, chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who's the real deal as far as I can tell. He's been trading for 40 plus years and doesn't call trades, but has some real valuable advice, insights, commentary, a bunch of structured trades attached there in a PDF, so you can look at how he thinks about them and how they set up. He does a live stream from 10:30 to 12 pretty much every day. And the link to that is in the description here. Just above the disclaimer, which everybody needs to read, and I always forget to say anything about. Obviously, this commentary is for me, and I'm not too worried that I'm influencing other people. So that's the point of this journal, of this stream. And we're again brought the full session VWAP up here to, or VPOC up here to the previous. Now, they can't seem to get this, where is it? They can't seem to get the today's up there, but that's because there's 11,960. We only need to migrate by about, 800 points. What they'll do is when this volume exceeds this volume, I hope that mouse is visible, maybe not. When this volume, be seen there somewhere, exceeds this volume, when the volume at 22 quarter exceeds the volume at 18, the VPOC will shift up. Just that simple. And that would suggest probably higher ground and to those stats up above, which would tickle me to death. But it's, I maybe should have taken it off the full session. I've been trying to notice the impact of the full session VPOC in addition to the regular session VPOC. volume point of control, the price at which the most contracts have traded. Mysterious. It's just very simple. And it seems like this test right here was a good idea. North now 22, 24, we get up to 25. That's the scale. So that would have been a lovely risk neutral. We'd be in a scale position now, so we would be risk neutral and looking for targets at higher ground, which would be the IB high. Setting just now, the IB stat is now on the table. At 9:30, the first end of the first hour, the IB high and or the IB low will no longer move. They're just simply a marker of the high and low of the first hour. That's it. They will no longer move. And once they're set, there's quite a high statistic that says they will be taken out. My view now would be that we'll test down here, bring the POC up, and then look for higher ground. However, having said all of that, if you look at the context of the day, it's pretty much rotational. Right? My only hesitation is there's really no excess below the IB low, really no excess to the downside, which is not generally a good idea. I mean, that's generally not the case. Or maybe better said, that's generally not the case that stays for very long. And that's visible here on, just look at the session profile chart. There's the VWAP. There's the mid. All this taper suggests a completed auction. And there's nothing down here to speak of. So and as usual, something will start to happen just about 5 minutes before I've got to divert my attention to a call with London. I'm seriously starting to consider changing my schedule, getting up at 2 in the morning, which would be the London Open Central Standard Time here, and trying to trade that London session before all the hoopla blows up in the day. It was so great living in Kuala Lumpur for so many years. The regular trading session open was 21:30. Any distractions from the day were gone. The family was tucked into bed and cozy, and I could just had undivided attention, or the ability to apply undivided attention to and focus to trading in the market. But we're not there now. We're in Central Standard Time, USA, for about a year and a half. Oh, 2 years, I guess. I'm dying to know what that damn beep is. And there we go. Testing down to that VPOC. And I still maintain that we need to get some excess on the bottom of this profile. Here. I don't know that. Yeah, down here. We don't have any excess down here. We have excess up here. And that's typical of an incomplete auction, right? 40, 45, 5, 1, 5, 5, 45, 45, 5, and then they just run out of gas, right? Down here it's 200 bid at, and that's the end of it. So, I don't know. I grew up on a ranch in Montana. I spent more than a few hours in an auction barn listening to an auctioneer. I always loved that as a kid. So we test down to whatever the hell this level is. It's a previous VPOC. Price check it. Here we go. Now they brought it up, right? Now they've got the POC up there with the full session POC and just under the mid. Oh.
Order submitted.
That was not what I had in mind. I don't see anything here. What's going on? I don't see my targets or stops or anything here. I don't know what's happened to my multi-bracket, but what I'm going to do now is get out of this right now. I think I see the problem. I didn't get in an order. It's just a limit order. And I hit my keyboard. I got a limit order sitting down here. So I'm going to flatten that out. I missed my entry. Okay. I was busy focusing on the thing and had my hands on the wrong spot on my keyboard. I use Control and Alt keys and the number pad with pre-designed. Damn it, that was exactly the scale. Well, shows you what happens. Now I want to be sure I'm going to check my multi-brackets. Yep, both, yep. Make sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing here. Yep. Well, damn. So, and we'll see how that plays out. That sucks. And now I have to be careful I don't lose track of what I'm doing and realize it's after 10 and I've got this little person in London all irritated. And now I missed that test again. I could have, that I tried to enter over here. Now we're likely to go up there and take out that high and the stat. Damn it. But I will not chase it or look for the breakout. This would have been a lovely, lovely spot. Sort of. I don't know about these triggers. I'm kind of conflicted about what's a structured trade setup and then the trigger and how does that work? For example, this would suggest exhaustion. You had 29 out here and 18 out over here, but it traded lower. Sellers disappeared and buyers stepped in. Typically, I think you're supposed to, the trigger should not go below or exceed either top or bottom. The setup, I think, I don't, shit if I know. Yeah, so irritating. But here we go. It's such a matter of focus and distraction. I think for me anyway, to be, irritatingly, I would be risk neutral scaled right now. Had a little test right there, but certainly not a stop, and be looking for higher ground, which is undoubtedly what they're going to do before the day is over. That IB high, and more than once we've been in a situation like this, and the IB stat has been taken out on the bottom side. So I shouldn't say unquestionably, but we still have the overnight point of control up here at the high probability and the overnight high. So I'm about half tempted to go with this. Now, the problem with this entry, of course, would be the entry position and the resultant stops. And what a wonderful thing not to have taken that breakout. Huh? My miscue here was very disappointing. I also had another opportunity for that same setup here, but pretty soon the damn thing's going to run up there, I'm guessing. But I'm just, I need to put the screen snap of that breakout disaster stats on my monitor or something. Funny that I guess it's just a FOMO and there's a lot of people trade momentum, I don't know, breakout momentum. Richard Dennis, the Turtles, all those guys real successful. So we're at 7 to 9. There's only 2 points now to the IB high and pretty damn close to the overnight high, the overnight BPOC. Boy, am I disappointed I missed that entry right there. Shoot. Scaled. And, up around that T2 here for sure. Stupid. Strictly a keyboard misfire. And I guess, come to think about it, just now here's an interesting point. There was a resting order. Had I left that resting order in long, I would have been taken long there. And again, scaled and what was going to happen next. But I never usually do that. So I wasn't sure at the moment quickly what the hell had happened. And my first reaction whenever I'm not sure what happened is to hit the plunger. Eject, baby, eject. This is not a drill. While you're trying to figure out what happened can be against you significantly. Yeah, disappointing. Disappointing, but true. Forget to mute when I'm taking a drink. I suppose there's slurp gulp going on the stream. I don't know. Yeah. And now I have to start thinking about London swings like the pendulum do, to quote the old song. Hopefully this will be a quick one. Got a lot of nerve here taking my time on this morning. I just have to figure out a different time schedule. Either have these calls all after noon or something like that, or as I said earlier, start looking at the London session for trading when there's nobody bothering or expecting something from me. And I certainly, neither one of those is a problem. I'm just saying I have to work it out. I got spoiled, I guess, with the situation in KL. Pretty definitely. Pretty definitely. In a whole lot of ways, I guess. Let's see if I've got anything ready to go here. No, but are they going to take out that IB high and then go up after those stats here pretty quick? I'd love to just flop on one of those, but all of these tests down here are becoming increasingly weak. And now there's only, 2 points to the IB high, so that's not any range. Couldn't be scaled ahead of that 30. Son of a gun. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah. Okay. Now what am I doing? I get so focused on looking at this thing, I forget what the hell I have open and what else is going on. It's crazy. I guess I'm not really proficient at multitasking, I guess. Oh, shit. Well, that was not any fun. I got a ping that I was supposed to be at the meeting quarter to the hour instead of the top. And of course, look exactly what happened. Both stats taken out that were my targets. There was my test, which would have been along. So I've really got to work out I got to work out something different about my schedule. And now the next stat, which has just almost been taken and was definitely on track, was the overnight high. So very, very disappointing. Stand here for 2 hours waiting for something and then have a phone call, which is also, it's a responsibility. And that's it. So I just have to figure out a way around my schedule. It's not anybody's problem but mine. And now I'll just put it in cruise here and see where we go next. I don't think I'm going to have to really reevaluate this whole story. We still have no excess to the downside, which is curious. I talked about that a while. Will they get up and take that overnight high? 34 to 39, 5 points. A scale out at 6. So this liquidity would be if you got your scale target in here ahead of liquidity, that would be viable. But this is no place, man. Unless you want to really scrape the barrel and call this a mean reversion trade. From the low volume node up around. But in that case, there's no range because you're talking 33 to 35, right? And it'll undoubtedly fly up there. It's just maybe I need to evaluate my rules, but I'm going to make sure that I continue to capture the data needed to vet these setups first before I start changing horses in the middle of the stream, because that is a sure sign of getting wet. But, off of this low volume area, mean reversion up. Unfortunately, this being the mean, so no range, with targets upstairs here. North side. That's one hell of a stop run there. Look at that. Ooh, baby, 2,194. People with a real bummed out look on their face right there. And now I have to be extra vigilant about my psychology and my emotional state so that I'm not FOMO. Damn, I missed my, it's especially irritating and prone to FOMO when you've been tracking a target and then something happens and you miss the setup for it and it all comes to fruition, that's especially irritating. Which means you have to be extra vigilant about FOMO and revenge trading and all those things, which I'm not. I have no revenge. I haven't lost anything yet today, so no stops, no trades, nobody left on third. It is irritating though that this target, the IB high and this target were both on my list. Followed in hot pursuit by the overnight high, which is the only one they haven't gotten to yet, by a handful of ticks or points, I guess. 3. Pretty amazing. Nice on one hand to know that my thinking is correct, but frustrating on the other, not being able to act on it. And with that, I'm going to go get some water and spank the cats and And so here we go. This microstructure high volume node here obviously held support. 35 to 37 is two handles. We've still got the overnight high up here as a statistic. And there's our current high of day. Okay. Frustrating. Again, if you want to be real persnickety about things and call this a mean reversion trade from this outside edge around and up. Yeah. Sure. And there's the bomber smacking it down. So my thought process is based on risk and risk reward or range. In other words, is there range from my entry to have my first scale for risk neutral be below or in front of, however you want to phrase that, the first obstacle, i.e., as an example, this is an obstacle, this liquidity, and this top has been here. From there, back, pulled in a little bit. So if you take this trade down here and you enter below here, now liquidity is coming down. Is there 3 points, assuming a long, is there 3 points ahead of the first scale? And then the targets are another question. That has to be the criteria. That criteria has to be met prior to executing or putting a trade on. One of the good parts or the key advantages to only trading vetted or trades which you have absolutely confirmed mathematically have a statistically significant positive expectancy or edge. You know where the trades are in advance. You anticipate when they're going to present themselves, and you can anticipate the potential targets. So it's again, it's treating trading as a statistics business, and not whipping and spurring or killing snakes. Like just thinking you're a trade star and smacking them in there is so much more viable, and a more measured approach and based on thought and statistics. Much, much better. And always the probability of the very next trade is 50-50. So that doesn't say you're not going to take stops. That's the cost of doing business or the cost of opening the doors. And definitely you are. And be glad you take a stop, because that's preserving your account, assuming you've done your math and figured out your risk reward and all those things and have a positive edge. So the market is random. You don't know which way it's going to go. But when all the stars align for us, a proven positive statistical edge, you take the trade and let the chips fall where they may. You're not right or wrong. It's just that's the business. It's almost robotic, mechanical. This this liquidity moving down to the microstructure VPOC here, which is this little area here, this little consolidation has got a VPOC just like the big one down below. And so are we going to get to this low volume area and trade up across here? That's a big question. I think it's a pretty long reach. I was fixated on the IB high. I think the much more likely probability was the trade that I had discussed and which did present and manifest, and that was the IB high overnight volume point of control, these two targets right here. Unfortunately, I was not able to participate. I don't know that there's such a likely probability, pretty close statistically, that we get up here. However, this statistic is a two-sided coin, right? This one is 76%. There's about a 95% probability that says either the IB high or the overnight high or the overnight low are taken out in the regular trading session. In the higher out of range open context, the skew is to the upper one, which makes pretty good sense, I guess, doesn't it? That's how the statistics need to be analyzed and applied, in my opinion. And that little VPOC there at 35 is proving pretty stubborn. All because I miscued the entry. So that's a or an execution error. There's no error to put there because I didn't take a trade. The error was that I didn't hit or lift the ask. I hit the bid with an entry, so I had a resting order. Or, market order, not market order, but a resting order, a limit order sitting at that level. And had I not gotten out of it when I did, it would have been executed and it would have gone considerably higher. But the minute I learned long ago, whenever I have a question about an execution or there's an execution error, hit the plunger, eject, I don't care what happens. It may go your way 50 points, but it may not. And I think, again, risk control and account preservation, that's one of the rules that are definite in my mind, to me. I don't even know. Yeah, right here. You see? This was the miss error right here. I meant to enter that trade long. Instead, I put a resting order due to a keyboard mishap. I hit a 4 instead of a 1. It was then would have been activated right here, and you see the result of what that trade would have looked like. So, yeah, woulda, shoulda, coulda, man. What can I say? Woulda, shoulda, coulda. I'm smelling some pretty breakfasty looking smelling stuff here. So I'm having another focus problem. My stomach thinks my throat's been cut and it wants to know what's going on. Are we going to test that EVPOC? That's really not any kind of a level as far as structured trades go that I know. The IB high just below here is if we get a IB test and then IB continuation back up to this high, that is a trade. That's an IB continuation trade. Falling down through it is an IB failure. Generally speaking, an IB failure is only within the context of a rotational day. If I'm correct, that's one of Tom B's trades, and we're a little bit more. We were rotational for quite a while, and we're pretty much out of that area now to higher ground. Whether they're going to come back down and test this IB and back up again, that's the next question. And that's what we don't know. That's what I'd like to know. I'd love to have a nice little rest. I'm just so disappointed in myself for miskeying that. It's just usually something I don't do, obviously. But hey, it happens, right? Stuff happens. This weekend, I'm also going to try to expand the music selection. I got to figure out one of the things I'm curious about is there's several providers of music online that says I want to be sure that they're viewed by Google as okay to be on the background music of a stream. That'd be handy. Wouldn't have to keep thinking about stuff. Just plop it on there as a be more entertaining and less trouble. I like the walking bass and stuff because that's definitely my taste, but it's only the one song that's royalty free, so it gets kind of boring after a while to me, and I'm sure to anybody else. Well. What are we going to do now here, boys and girls? Are we going to come down here and test that IB high? So here's the IB high. There was the liquidity associated with it. That's back in there again. Pretty much. Boy, really, really irritating. And I would have been scaled immediately. That's even more irritating. I would have been scaled risk neutral and just, all I would have had to do at that point is trade managed by just rolling the target up and trail up, something like below every swing low. Pretty wonderful. Pretty wonderful. Trail up to here and be taken out here and in about an hour for the tune of 12 or so, 12 or 13 handle. It's not, don't send the kids to college kind of trade, but it's it doesn't pay for the kids' college, but, it's a nice trade, nice daily trade. And another thing that's, I think, important is that I am becoming more and more aware of is the old adage, let the winners run and cut the losers short. The concept around that is if you've got if you're consistently hitting 2-to-1, 3-to-1 on winning trades, overcompensates for the stops. If you're down to a 1-to-1, you're never going to get anywhere. And that's also a reality of retail traders losing. They're trading 1-to-1 or in some cases less than 1-to-1. And I'm guilty of that on some setups as well. When I look at my stats, when they all come out in the wash, it's each loss, right? Each stop is 12 ticks per contract. So if you're not getting 24 ticks on average for the winners, then you're not doing very good. And you're never going to get anywhere if you're just, taking 1-to-1s or even less than 1-to-1s. Not good. I suppose that would greatly reduce the probability of long-term viability of the trading business. So that requires rethinking the plan. And if I ever get this sell drama straightened out on my local journal, I'll be happy about that. Well, the air quality here is so weird. So often the air quality is very, very low. I've never had allergies in my life, but my eyes itch over here like I can't imagine. Never happened before. And I grew up on a ranch, putting up hay and cattle and horses. Every opportunity for asthma or hay fever and never got any of that stuff. So here we are at what I would assume might be an inflection point, the IP high. Are we going to take a bounce up? Are we going to test down below it or fall through it? Or are we going to continue our march higher with an IB continuation trade? That's a pretty big question. That I don't know the answer to. At this point, looking at the NQ, which is the blue line here for the correlated market, and more importantly, looking on my chart, it looks like we're going to take a bit of a bounce here. And they're both, the NQ is testing the value area high, its value area high, and we are testing the IB high. Let me get these things widened out so I can see better. See a little better here. Make them a little bigger. I always get my mouse in the wrong spot. Yeah. This liquidity, this zone right here between the EVPOC and the IB high. I'd say it's an over-under right here. We don't get above this 31 area, then chances are likely we're going lower. And we have to remember that both POCs are just down here at 21. So they might have all their all their bullets shot at the high end over here, and I'm still looking at this lack of excess on the lower side, suggesting that it's an unfinished auction. However, at this point, pretty much the context, without question, is up. So shorts would be off the table. At the moment. Consolidating here at the IB high. Damn it. Okay. Mid sneaking up there. VWAP just below it. VPOC down here. Now what would be real interesting is a VPOC shift. So we're at about 13 change there. What do we got? We got a ways to go. Got a couple thousand contracts need to trade out at 35 in order to get a VWAP, a VPOC shift up. Fluffling around here. Developing value area high is now scooched up just below the IB high. Right there. So there's a whole lot of stuff going on right here. We're going to trade back across value and then look lower. That would not be a surprise at all. That would not be a surprise at all. Nor would, blasting off that those consolidated levels and poking our nose above the overnight high. So I think I will continue to be patient best I can. Okay. And we continue to consolidate here at the IB high. Yeah. Keeping me up here, I guess you want to know. I'm thinking that fuel is in my immediate future. I don't know what it's waiting for, but it seems like it is to me. There's no. There is news at 12. Atlanta Fed, GDP, lots of crude news. Baker Hughes rig count, that stuff. Then at 2:30 is the speculative debt. You know, 3:15's day, FOMC day speaks. They're sure as hell not waiting for that. Oh, there we go. I'm busy looking what we're waiting for, and we're not waiting anymore. So we got over that over-under idea that I was thinking about. Now, 28 to 31, there's 3, right? There's the range to the scale. How to play this exactly. And what would be this? What would be the trade? What would this trade be that I have as a structured trade? Kind of pointing to mean reversion here with the target up above. It's not necessarily a vetted strategy, but I can. One sure thing, if I go out and have some breakfast, that overnight stat will get hit right on the nose, just like when the guy called and a second and a half later or a heartbeat later, and the VPOC and the IB high were both taken out. It's really magical how that happened. Really magical. Kind of flashing some liquidity in here. My problem now would be, what do I do about a stop? Say I'm entering here at 32. My stop's going to be right on the IB high. I guess that would be reasonable, considering I was going for an IB continuation trade. Running up against the obstacle now, my lack of decision making. It's too tight to this microstructure VPOC or this liquidity to have a scale in there for risk neutral. So this IB high continuation trade, I guess the trigger would have, or the structure would have been this liquidity, 73 out, test back to 4, sign of liquidity to the downside, sign of exhaustion to the downside, the liquidity not moving out, and then look up, which is 29 to 33, so 4 points, just barely risk neutral, and certainly not a 2-to-1 ratio, because that would be clear up above here. So that's probably just as well. Probably just as well. So I'm going to have to mute that. I hope that doesn't interfere with the stream. I got to mute this guy because Tom is streaming live now, and I don't want to. I don't want to have that jabbering in the background here. So what happened? We got right up across this over under, barely up there a couple of points, 2 to be exact, or 1.5, and back down again. I think probably it's going to just waffle around here. I'm going to get something to eat because I'm yawning and dancing from one foot to the other, and and there's our VPOC migration up. That's quite a big one. Mm-mm. And that's both the regular trading session and the full. I'd say there's a pretty high probability this thing's going up. It's not a mechanical entry necessarily, but it's a pretty good one, and the developing value area high is just above there. Let's see what they got going on here. Whoever this dork is at 35 is pretty proud of himself. See if I've got my fingers set correctly here. In case an order presents itself, I can take advantage. There is a possibility on these VPOC migrations that price will come down and do what's referred to as a price check at aisle 3, right? To come back down here. Is it still too low? So that would be kind of a disappointing event. 15 points or something. I'm kind of apprehensive here. It's pretty low. I don't think I'm going to take this at this point. It doesn't look like there's a lot of conviction there. And if you look at this little bit of market that traded up here, it's pretty thin, pretty thin. We'll see. And then there they go. Of course, the second I say that, he who hesitates is lost. My pause was what gave me pause was a developing value area high right here. If we've been up and extended this one up. Granted, we haven't taken out the ETH high, which is just a couple above here, but this developing value area high right here is can oftentimes be a line in the sand. That's getting outside of value at that point, and they may well bring it back down. The VPOC migration up suggests that, well, it's not, doesn't suggest, it indicates that price is being accepted higher. And now everybody says that 35 is the fair price. That's retail. And that's the first migration all day, I think. No. One down here. And then up. Yeah. So we'll see. We will see what we will see. Yeah. So I'm going to go on the side here for a little bit and mute out for sure. I'll be watching the market better. Going to mute out, get some breakfast. There's going to be some noise in the house in the next little minute. Need to bear in mind that all this price needs to do is drop off and head back for the IB high or whatever else, and they can pull that VPOC back down just as quickly as they pull it up. I'm not saying that's going to happen at this point, but these VPOC migration trades are haven't quite got my head around the whole thing. I've got pretty good success with them, but I'm not really sure exactly. For example, I hesitated here because it isn't mechanical. What do you say here? It's trading back and forth around it. I don't know. I don't know what to look for as a trigger. I guess I would have said, in my mind, I guess, had we done this, traded down here and stopped, that would have been, or maybe one tick under, and that would have been the trigger, and then buyer step in. That would have probably been the trigger for higher. The mitigating factor around today, I think, is this developing value area high being just 1.5 above the POC, the POC. And now we're testing up there and hitting it and not getting through it. So are they going to fall? Are they going to fall out of bed? The Acapulco cliff dive time. Maybe. Which would be pretty cool. So let's see now. I will probably just stand by. I don't have a clear read on, and you never have a clear read on where the price is going. It's because it's random. But I try to have evidence for a certain conviction or anticipation that it's going to do one thing or the other. Don't ever want to predict, but anticipate. And at this point, I don't get it exactly. I had somehow my NQ had gotten scrolled way back. So I guess if you're one that takes trades off the VPOC, there you go. There's a test, and these could be considered as trade and trigger, I guess. But the structure so far, I think, is up. The context is up. All the up targets have been hit, except for one. So are we going to let that one languish about up there? Or are we going to fall out of bed and go price check aisle 3 down around 22? That'd be tickle me to death. And what would be the most painful is this slow death crap crawl back down to here we are at the overnight VPOC and then down to IB high, and that's so irritating for me. There's 4 points from that POC test. And had the POC migration up been taken manually or automatically, mechanically, he stopped out right now. There we go. El Bomarito is coming in there now, baby. Let's see what happens now. IB low, what's it going to do? How low can you go? The IB going to hold. NQ is falling through value. IB seems to be holding. That's pretty cute how that worked. I mean, that's the theory behind these IB trades are that if it exceeds the IB high or low, which it's already done to the top side, that's indicative of a higher time frame participation in the market. Something like this, where you see it just come ripping down and hit the IB high and then immediately pivot and turn around. That would suggest that some guy has some higher time frame, deeper pockets, who the hell ever, is saying, "Oh no, you don't. We're not going down here anymore." But no, just a touch and no trigger. I think I don't see one, and back up again. So 29 to 32. There's your scale for risk neutral, and back up is likely to go, and who knows how much higher. Could come through that POC and rip up to the overnight high now. The joy of trading, the magic of trading. What was that test of the of the IB high all about? Is this too low? And then up they go. Typically, that kind of thinking revolves around the POC. But in this case, that's a viable level, the IB high. And apparently that move up off the bottom there was a good idea. Now we're back at the POC dancing around and just below the value area high. Will that cause a reversal and down they come? We'll see. Could be a lot of background noise here in the in the house or the office in a few minutes. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. It seems like the OBS has got that background noise filter working pretty well. Yeah, it's actually pretty noisy, and until I speak, there's no there's no mic outbound, which is the only source. This is pretty pretty classic of POC area trading. You know, back and forth. That's what they're going to do. This consolidation continues to grow. Grew enough for the POC to migrate up. It's truly amazing. And the moment the seller stepped in, right here, is the precise moment and the test. My wife stepped in, came vacuuming into the office, and I turned off, muted the stream and stepped out. Pretty amazing. I'm also real amazed at the how well OBS is designed with the filter system and the noise filters, etc. I'm gonna continue to talk here. She's vacuuming feet away from me in the hall, and it seems like I'm about half tempted to take this long up towards that value area high or overnight high, where we balanced off the developing value area high here, tested down to it, and will we continue to climb? Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. That's a breakout in the FOMO trade. I was upset because I had been watching for all of this play, and looked to me like we're going to get over this value area high and go higher for our stats. Still does, but at this point, for me, that would be a breakout. Except it's 41.38 to that's just 2 points to the scale, right? And it's going to it's going to take that out, and when it does, there will be stops up there, and they're going to go higher. No question about that. So that's just the magic of trading. I don't know what to do about it. There it goes. Unbelievable. I sometimes think it's just I'm not destined to have an easy time of this. Oh, there's a close only counts on horseshoes and hand grenades for that ETH high. The timing was thrown off by just a nanosecond. And there you are. Several good trades missed today on hesitation or crazy coincidence, I guess. How coincidental the timing. Somebody come walking in with a vacuum cleaner going and chase me off for 3 or 4 minutes. And the move I'm standing here looking for happens. I've been standing here an hour and nothing did, And now that stat's in, and who the hell knows what's going to happen now. I know I'm not going to probably have any trade today from the looks of it. Really amazing how the mic and the OBS filtering doesn't work. That can still firing up around here just by a lot of noise. That's good to know. So yeah. Yeah. Would have been a lovely day for a nice trade or two. The IB high retest here, magnificent. And woulda, shoulda, coulda. RMT, rear view mirror trading, baby. Anyway, these are the trials and tribulations of a trader. Like to think professional trader. And I could go to great extremes. I could do things like take my chin up bar out of the door and my close the door or stuff like that and just lock myself away. But I tend to be a little bit more interactive and courteous to my family members. It's, after all, this is after all one or two trades out of thousands, presumably thousands, and there's always another bus. Right now, there's no stats for me above that I can think that I know of. No. We're just bumping our head on 39.75. Now we've come through that high. We've come through the MC high, and there's a big pop there. What the hell was that? Wow. MC high. What the hell was all that about? Huh. That's pretty interesting. I think I got it here. Yeah, there we go. Wow. $3,640 tops. And why the book cleared out here? Something must have happened. News, I guess. Let's see. News at not at 3,100. 1131. That's stupid. There's nothing there. No. Unless there's some news. Unless there's news out. That's not anything to plan on. Well, I can safely say I'm not really sure what the hell happened there, but something pretty substantial. And now, the book is starting to fill back in a little bit. This still looks pretty goofy. I'm not sure what in the heck is really happening here. But yeah, that was sure glad I wasn't wrong. Timing is everything. I really don't know what to think. But anyway, I will persevere and succeed. That's for sure. That's the only way to go. And that's one trade out of thousands. Now, what's going to happen here? I don't know what caused that. There's I see chatter in the Traders Lab about great insight and all this. I have no clue. I'm not monitoring that stream, so I don't know. I record it and listen to it later, or so I don't know exactly what's going on now. And I want you to notice something here. Notice this. Some poor fool got smacked at 48.65. I would say that's a fat finger or a mistrade, and lower down here. So for a split second there, they widened out the spread 75 or 80 handles. That's what this means. The sells were clear down here at 48.36, and the ask or bid was way up here at 65. So that's clearly a pretty strange print for sure in the space of a couple seconds. Flash crash. I'll get back to my breakfast. I'm good at eating, so hey, there you go. Well, now we're at the bottom of that mess. Kind of back to the scene of the crime over here, I guess. pretty much exactly what's going to happen. I don't know what did happen, frankly. I'm glad that I wasn't in a position on the wrong side of it. So we'll see where that goes. Okay, so whatever that was, I'll go flash crash, whatever, right here. Me eating and the vacuum cleaner going. I'm just, gonna put the mouse away and go to bed. 36 to whatever that is. 36 to 65. Pretty crazy. Wow. About that I can stand for this. I will say that I have no idea what to do at this point. I was pretty surprised by whatever in the hell that was. That's the ask and that's the bid, which is inverted. That's completely goofy. So, don't know. Oh yeah. Well, not a pretty picture there. What they did was they took out the stops above that the MC, which is understandable, but this mess right here is doesn't have anything to do with those stops. This is pretty crazy. And I think better off going to bed. I would have a couple of different spots along the way here. I'd have taken a trade, I guess. I talked about it enough and then got run out of my office a time or two. And then the world broke over there at 11:32. Yeah. So And here we come up to the high here again. Be interesting to see if it falls on its head this time. I doubt it, but I would have never expected it to fall over when it got to the MC high right here, which is obviously what happened. Yes, that's unacceptable. Yes. So I would not have any confidence here. I don't think after that. Lovely and very predictable reaction of stops living above the MC right here. But this noise over here is absolutely not. Be sure and realize that this is best bid and this is best offer, meaning the best offer was 30 handles lower than the best bid. That's a fully inverted 30 handle or a 30 handle inversion of the inside bid. You know, that's crazy no matter how you say it. Well, I don't have any idea. We're going to go for higher ground and take out some stops at 50, or what are we going to do? I don't know. I think I'm going to sit this one out. This would be a breakout trade. I'm not going to do that. And after that last episode, I don't have any. Oh, oh man. Ugh. Better come out with subscribers. Moderators. Yep. Map. Why don't they tell everybody what happened? Spread can convert 30 candles. Oh, well, that was fun. Disappointing, disappointing. Didn't realize my mic was unmuted, and I'm sitting here jibber jabbering to myself. But yeah, after that craziness, and then they move up here to who knows where, I'm going to just kind of give a lot of thought to shutting this thing off and going for a walk in the sun. I'm not hurt in any way. Was not in any trade. Pretty frustrated that a couple of trades I had been stalking was not able to participate in them for external reasons. And this thing may continue to march up. Who knows? It looks like the ES is NQ. I'm sorry. Is banging new highs, and ES is knocking at the door, and I don't know there'd be many stops up there, but I guess maybe be interesting to see that after such a quick new high. Are there stops? I guess there's a hell of a lot of people that figure it's too high and want to get that counter rotation or the step in front of the freight train. Consistent. For a broker. Yeah. Got no faith in what this will do. And it's the 12 o'clock hour, so I'll put this on something, mute, and be right back and collect my thoughts here. Frustrated that I didn't take trades I saw well in advance and anticipated. Quite disappointed about that reaction of Bookmap. The action or the lack of it or the lack of ability of Bookmap to keep up with that 3,600 stops is nothing. I mean, it's a lot of stops, yeah, but it's sure as hell not any big thing in market data that would justify a trading platform, an expensive high-tier trading platform falling over. And that's what I think it did. So I'm going to think about that. Yeah, I'd hate to start looking for a new platform, but no. Really interested as to what the hell to do here now. There's no targets above. Guess the next target would be around the 50 century mark where there's an all-time high. Now, I don't know if we're going to just keep this crap up or what to think, actually. I'm not sure. Yeah, great. Just get on and hope it keeps going this way. I don't know what to say. I have no idea what to think. And in that case, in that instance, it's always best to stand by. I mean, yeah, there's, it's just consistently making 4 or 5 points up, but real hard for a move for me to get on a move like that. We've just touched out at 55. Pretty close, yeah. And that was a big area of some liquidity there, and it was also the balance area across the range for IRT. Interesting to see if that holds. I've never really monkeyed with that much. Yeah, fine. I'm just, yeah. Just talking to myself on the stream here, baby. It's not a meeting. And my wife wondered if she could come in the room. And I said, of course, always. So, thank you so much. Not particularly positive what that line is, and I actually don't remember. It's this line here has been drawn around profiles, and we've just touched up there, and it's been pretty much a line in the sand over here at 55. This is automatic by RT, and I'm trying to get to what that is exactly. That's the balance area. Oh, I was missing my line. Yeah, we're at the balance area. Okay, got it. I thought that's what it was, but I couldn't find it. That's because the bottom side is right over here. So we've just touched the upper balance area of the distribution. Huh, couldn't find it. See if I'm right about that. The math there. 55 minus 15 is 40. And frequently we don't get them here. For example, yesterday there was the upper. We never touched the lower. In this case, we've got them both. What the hell that means is another story that I am not too sure I understand. And here we go with this thing. Yeah. So anyway, and NQ similarly at the balance area. And what that means, I don't know. Is it going to go ripping up above there and flash higher? I don't know. Take a breakout. I'm not going to do the breakout trade. I'm going to be real disappointed that I didn't make a lot of money today. But I'm not going to. I don't know what's up. I guess it's just irrational exuberance for the high. They were fixated on getting this micro composite high, which they've done. And what does that mean? The all-time high for the ES is up above at 50, adjusted. So beats the hell out of me. Okay. Okay. Poke their nose over that high. Now it's moving up. That balance is moving up. Ah, okay. The balance is moving up and the low is extending. That's how it works. So, oops. This moved up to 55, 56, whatever the hell it is, 56.50. And in so doing, the lower balance area extended the equal amount. It was sitting right at the IB low a minute ago. I hope I got that on the stream, but that's what these gold lines are. And the significance of them, I guess, means that we're out of balance up, which is pretty flippin' obvious, I guess. Pretty obvious by the trade. I'm awful tired here. I'm thinking a nap is now in my future. I'm disappointed about the trading. Kind of everything's not coming together right on the day, I guess. And I'll be right back. And so much for the high and all that noise. I got no clue where this thing is going to go, and I guess since I'm not on one, I can only just sit and appreciate it and eat my vitamin D. Uh, okay. Trends are hard for me to figure out. And I guess that's exactly what this is, a trend. So pick it there on the pullback, write it up. 7 points, I guess. Would have been a nice one. I just am always a little bit curious as to, what are they doing? Why are they doing it? Why is this thing just ripping to the upside for what? There was no big news or event, just a bunch of, I don't know what. Bunch of radical thought. Radical euphoria. What was it? Greenberg, Greenspan used to say, irrational exuberance. And I guess that's what it is. One thing for sure, maybe this is just negative thinking, and it's symptomatic of trading problems, maybe. I was getting ready to say one thing's for sure. If I go long around here somewhere, then it'll come back down and test a POC or whatever, And that's probably a negative thought telling my brain what to do, telling the universe whatever all that is. But picking highs or taking momentum breakout highs for me is not statistically proven to be a good idea. I think it's terrible, actually. Like, see if I can see that. Their machine here. I was doing no, that won't work. I was doing a bunch of goofing around. Let's see if I can just get that stat out of curiosity. My expectancy is minus 6 ticks, 30% win rate, 70% obviously loss. Over on that's on 27 trades. So not fortunately I've shut that off. The interesting thing about the stat in my world is that the first up until about October, I guess last contract maybe before the rollover, it was those breakouts were vastly, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 3 win rate, wins to losses. And since then, every one of them's a loss. This one would have been a good one. So, that's how do you figure that out? I don't know. But boy, they keep punching it higher. Pretty soon they're going to get to that all-time high, and then, holy Christ, look at it go. Imagine it's getting squeezed here. What? And on what? Oh, yeah. So disappointing. So 760. So, if I went long down here and they get up here, that's a risk neutral scale. And then what happens? Then Yahoo. And it looks like they will. But I just don't think any of these are, well, I know they're not anything to do with a structured trade that I could come up with some crap and call it a targeting a stat or who knows what, but or maybe I just need to have a trend following thing where it's just a matter of taking a pullback and hoping for the best. That might be a good setup to put in there, actually. I don't know how the hell you would vet the damn thing. Or the only way I know to vet these kind of things is not with something like IRT, because I don't seem to get along with RTL that well to figure it out in such detail, but as to take the trades and capture the data around the trades, which is what I'm doing on my other side. POC. Value area high. Okay. I'm pretty sure what I'm going to do is lay down because I don't think that getting into this at this time of day is anything I'm interested in pretty quick. And I would certainly talk about a loss of emotional capital to take a stop on a day like this when everybody's just, the market is ripping straight up. But I really don't know how to trade that. I don't have any trade for it, and I don't really have a strategy for it. So, I mean, other than, buy a pullback, buy the dips. It's about, talk about well, it's a very old strategy and maybe true. Just keep hitting that high, and they could take out an all-time high today if they just wanted to. Got a couple hours left in the market now. But this is more frustrating for me than it's worth. I'm going to leave the stream on in case I get up and come back by and see something that looks interesting, so it's captured, as was the case yesterday. And I'll be probably forever disappointed about the keyboard error, putting in a resting order instead of entering the market. That was about 40 handle to go, I guess, or something. Jesus, that was a long way down there. That's pretty disappointing for sure. For sure. But I don't have any clue where this will go. This is only a situation where you just keep getting pleasantly surprised because it keeps moving and you're already in my view. To try to figure out an entry up in here someplace. And sure, RTM trading, you could say, well, there's a pullback to the mean reversion. Here's a pullback down to the volume area, all those kinds of things. And they are accurate, but that's also needs to be noted that this is just 2 points, almost 3, not quite. So you haven't scaled yet. And any time the scale is at the high of the day, that's too close, I think. So I'll put on the BRB and be back before too long. Wow, what to say, it just a little bit of a pullback here to this low volume notch, I guess you could say. And up we go. So, do you just jump on the damn thing and try to get 3 or 4 tick points out of it or for the scale and then let it rip for NQ's just doing the same damn exact thing, obviously. And in my opinion, I have no trade for up here, and this is a breakout. So is this pull back here to this volume? No, test and up. 65, 67. So we're at 68 basically. What's going to happen up here at 70? An all-time high is 50. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Or I'm sure that if I don't take the trade or take a trade and end up missing it, but that's FOMO. I don't have any trade here in my plan, so good for it. Now what's going on here? Old stuff, I suppose. Quite a run today here. Quite a breakout to the upside. I'll look at today's candle. It's taken out the old POCs or NV POCs, NV micro composites. So this will be a new extravaganza here. I would love to throw a fast trade on and make a couple dollars, but I think at this point in the day, I will sign off the stream and call it square here. And so, yeah, what a day. What a day. Well, look at that. Pretty incredible. Pretty darn incredible. $48.74, huh? Well, at 50 and change. Up here somewhere. Is the all-time high. Wherever that went. The MCVPOC, the old MC low. Now it's taken out everything. Everything. Avoid the alarm from going off here. Pick up my daughter. Yeah, so quite a day. I would have no idea what to do at this point. I'm going to sign off the stream now and not think about any kind of trading. Pick it back up on Sunday night with the full session open. Opens at 1700 Sunday evening. So that's it for 19 Jan 24.